Hello, and welcome to today's stream. How are you all doing today? Hopefully, you are doing well. Oh dear. The microphone is broken. Again. I'm hoping that you can actually hear me this time, and this is just the microphone on the stream that is broken. I am going to fix that later today. When we get on to do some new stuff, that is going to be my primary thing. So, let me just quickly file that. Because it wouldn't be a 3D if things keep breaking. That is the way that you know that it is a proper 3D stream. So, yes. Hello, Sinister. Hello, Buffer. I am doing good, thank you. Had a rather relaxing weekend. Played some Sea of Thieves, did some D&D, did some tidying, and didn't do any coding. I was possibly going to stream on Sunday, but then I realised, well, I need to do some tidying, and then I need to do some D&D prep, and I need to watch Formula 1, and yeah. Streaming was not going to happen over the weekend, and it's probably best that it didn't, because I feel a bit more refreshed, and more able to stream today, and we're going to be streaming for quite a while. And, especially, we're not going to be streaming, well, stuff that we shouldn't, like code that shall not be named. Thankfully, everything ended up okay with that. I managed to take the VOD down. It's up on Twitch, but you'll notice that a good 10 minutes of it basically looks like this. So, yeah, everything was okay. I explained it to the person I work with, and they say it's fine. The code that was shown was nothing serious. There were no real secrets shown off. Though I did go on, well, let's call it an adventure editing that, because I did not really have much in the way of video editing software. I know I've got a YouTube channel where I put all this stuff on, and I stream on Twitch, and yeah, no video editing software. I mean, I have iMovie, but iMovie is limited, and I didn't even need it to be that limited. I mean, I probably could have done it in iMovie, but I just don't like faffing around in iMovie because I always hit some sort of limitation. So what did I decide to do instead? Well, I decided to use something even more limited. QuickTime. And I went through a fun task of, okay, how do I replace the video of a portion of a longer video with an image in QuickTime? So, for those of you who wish to do this, and please do not do this. This is how I did it. So first of all, the simple thing that you can do in QuickTime, very easy, is trim. So you can trim your files down. And yes, as you can edit in QuickTime. It's not as powerful as in the old QuickTime player. Like QuickTime 7 was a lot more powerful for editing, because you could actually select bits and copy, paste, and so on. But you can do just enough to do what I needed. So you can trim, and I trim a lot because when I put these streams up, I usually trim out the first bit where it's the starting soon bit and it's just counting down and there's nothing much there. So, yeah. I trimmed that out. And then I realised, okay, how do I actually get different bits I can sit together? Well, what I had to do was trim the bit that I needed to cut out was probably about 15 minutes in, because of starting soon bit and then the bit when I was muted and various other bits. So maybe 15-20 minutes in. It's about a 10-minute bit. So what did I have to do? Well, I trimmed the first bit before the stuff I needed to cut out. Then I saved that. And then I trimmed the bit that I needed to cut out. I saved that. And then I trimmed the rest of it and saved that. So I've got a beginning, middle, and an end. Okay, good. Next thing we want to do is just get the audio, no video. So how do we do that? Well, quite easily. QuickTime has an option where you can either remove the video or the audio from, well, a file. It's fairly easy to do. So I did that, and great, now I've just got the audio. Okay, so what is the next thing that I need to do? Well, I want to replace it with an image. In particular, this image. So, how do we do that? Well, I opened up the image in QuickTime. And then I tried doing something that you can do in QuickTime, which is add a clip to the end of another clip. So you can take one video file and add it to the end of another video file. Now if you do that with audio, something fun happens. It adds the audio at the beginning, and then it just expands it for either as long as the video or the audio lasts. If the video already has audio, you get 2 audio tracks playing. So if you wanted to have like a voiceover and then add music and stuff like that, you can just keep adding clips in and it will work. The problem is an image in a, I believe it was 60 frames a second video. Yeah, that lasts for a 60th of a second. So if you end up sticking audio onto that, you get a 60th of your 10 minutes of audio. So, how do we do this? Well, what I need is a 10-minute video of this image. Well, how can I easily get a 10-minute video of this image? And this is where it gets really, really janky. Because what I did is I opened the image in preview. And then I did a 10-minute screen recording of the image in preview. Just to get the video. So yeah, I did all that, I then added the audio in, I then added all the clips together and saved it, and it worked. And then on Saturday I learnt that DaVinci Resolve, which is one of the 3 main video editors that a lot of people use, between Final Cut Pro, or Premiere, or DaVinci Resolve, guess what? DaVinci Resolve's free. So there's a really good video editor out there that is completely free, and I could have just downloaded it and used that. You live and learn. Or at any rate, you live. So, that was what I did. So how were your weekends? How is your Monday going? Did you get up to anything over the weekend? Any sort of completely janky video editing things, perhaps? So that I'm not alone in just hacking together, well, stuff that nobody should probably ever do. Let's go have a look at the nebula, because I think both of you haven't actually seen a lot of this, possibly. We are now in space, and you can see nice star fields and nebula moving past us. Hopefully today, later on, we may actually start doing some more stuff about this. The next things on my list are to make this console a bit more interesting and to maybe start texturing. Just some fairly basic textures. I just want to do some like basic paneling textures. stuff on the walls and the floor. Yeah, this is all working fairly well. So let's see. Learning about retopology. That's as janky as what you described. Retopology is basically taking the mesh and it linking it, all the vertices together or something like that. I've heard the name before, but I cannot actually remember what it is meant to be. And Buffer, you're currently working on an operating system from scratch. Ooh. How far along are you on that? Or have you only just started it? And how do you actually start an operating system from scratch? Do you just work on the bootloader first, or...? Ah, so you currently wrote the bootloader. Yeah, so I presume that you write the bootloader, get that working, and then get it calling, like the kernel process, start from there. That sounds like a lot of fun. So are you building that, like, is this running on actual hardware? Is it running in a VM? Or how do you actually go about building and developing that? Because it sounds quite interesting. Retopology is basically just the process of making stuff usable. I wouldn't know anything about making stuff usable, so... Speaking of which, let's build some software. You've only tested on you. Yeah, well, I mean, if it can work in virtualization, that's a fairly good point to get it done. I mean, I suppose it's got to be a lot easier building an operating system now that we have easy virtualization than back in the early days when you didn't. Blaze OS, let's have a look. Oh, let's zoom in and have a look at this. Okay, so you've got all your good old assembly. No, I don't think I've actually written assembly since... I'm not even sure I wrote it in university, maybe even secondary school when we had to do assembly. I don't even think we touched it in university, which seems odd, doing a computer science degree and not learning about assembly. But so I'm assuming this is okay, so you get it from IOS. Load the URL. That's really cool. I'll have to check that out a bit more. So you're just building this as something for learning yourself, or something so that you can it's like reference to others, or what's the is it just you learning, or is it to help others learn? I'll tell you what, there is a... It's not operating systems, but one of my favourite books on technology is... And I don't know if you've ever read it, but it is all about how processors work. And it's like, you may understand how processors work, but it is building from first principles in a way that anyone can understand. And it basically explains what a NAND gate is. and how you use that to build more complex things, and how NAND can be used to build any other type of gate. Because the reason that, like, we talk about building transistors, but actually what we're doing is building everything out of NAND gates, because a NAND gate can be used to create every other sort of gate if you just build them together. So if you can create a very compact and simple NAND gate, then you've got the template for building everything else that you need. And it shows how you build those up, and then it goes through that, and how do you actually build it so that you have RAM? And how do you just have these gates so that you can actually store ones and zeros and have them persist as long as there's power? And then how do you build all of the various things such as the ALU, the arithmetic logic unit? How do you build a system clock and do all the commands and do all that? And it's a fantastic book. Let's see if I can find it. It is called, but how it works. Oh no, but how do it know? So this book is fantastic. Like I said, it just goes through all the basics, just languages, but then it goes through how you build up all of your different gates, and then arithmetic and logic, how you do load and store instructions, and it goes through, and you're basically building a simple processor bit by bit as you go through all this, and it even gets into like the operating system side of things. But this is one of the best books I've ever read on computing, because it makes something that seems like magic understandable. Because then you get into how modern CPUs are built and you realise it is magic. Anything where you are having to build stuff where the tolerances are measured in layers of atoms is when it becomes a bit like, yes, nobody knows how these work. And the people who do know how these works are genuine wizards. I can definitely see how it would be quite fun to build like an operating system, even a fairly basic one. Of course, modern computer from first and Tetris. Sounds like it could be a fairly similar thing. Constructing logic gates all the way up to a functioning general purpose computer. Yeah, it sounds fairly similar. When you actually go through and see all the build it from first principles, you see just how it works, and it is not that complicated. Much like programming, you can build complicated systems, but ultimately it is simple stuff built from simple components, and that is how you actually build. So yeah, let's get into some programming on Streamline, and let's bring over Linear so that we can see what we are going to be working on. our sidebar out. So, this is our overlay one. We want this here. So, the first things we want to be doing is fixing some bugs. First bug is the initial sort order of the tracks table seems to be wrong. We also want to start saving some app state. So we want to be saving what was selected in the sidebar, the playlist selection, the sort order, and the volume, just so that when we quit the app, launch it again, it comes back in the correct state. So we should be able to do that via what window restoration? That, or do we just want volume definitely wants to be user default. Playlist sort order is per playlist. Playlist selection is per playlist. Sidebar selection will be per window. So the selection and sort order we may want to just store on the playlist. Because this isn't going to be documents that you can send elsewhere. Sidebar selection can be system preferences. Not system, user defaults. And volume can be user defaults. So let us build this. Got our current working, so we can oh, that is just interface builder being stuff around that it doesn't. Right. So we have our model. There we go. Playlist. Right, so probably want to sort by column. So if we sort a column. What we really need, and we need it to be, yeah. Everything still supposed to be So, get our track roll, sort that track roll. Where do we actually use these sorts of tracks? Start playing. Life is going to... Yeah. If I just... So what I do in Coppice is when you have... let's bring... We have folders here. And folders can contain items. But what I also have is this pages section here. Like all pages must be inside of a folder. Well, this one isn't. But it actually is because I have a root folder up here so that everything is in a folder effectively. And just as you get the values for here, I say what are the children of this folder. I say what is the children of this special root folder, which can't be deleted, it can't be handled. Now, we have a tracks view which may or may not take a playlist. We have these tracks lists that may or may not have may not have a track, because the track may be a playlist track, it may be a raw track. If it's a playlist, then it's going to be a playlist track, or if it's a library, it's going to be a raw track, and this is all complex. So what I might do is change things a bit and have a virtual playlist. It doesn't have to. I suppose it could be permanent because we do want to store total of the track. So we can have a special playlist that is going to be basically the library playlist. So it's not going to have, it's not going to do certain things that playlists do, but it is going to, for all intents and purposes, it can be treated as a playlist because it is a list of things that can be played. I think that will probably simplify a lot of stuff, so we may actually do that now, because then we can simplify quite a bit of code. Do I have plans to make this public on GitHub? No, this is probably going to end up being sold on probably the App Store. there are parts of it that I do want to make public at some point. Mostly it's the stuff that I share. I've got all these extensions and stuff that I've brought over from Coppice that would be nice to bring over. M3 data I may end up open sourcing. This is all my data model handling stuff, so I may end up making that public on GitHub at some point. So it would be nice to make like some bits of it open source, but the overall app is probably going to be something that I just put on the App Store and see how it sells. Right. I'm on there. So have our editor container. Get that. Get it changed. Great. So if that's optional playlist, okay, so we're going to make that non-optional because if we're showing the track tree, there should be a playlist. Okay. How do I hide that in Coppice? Model. That's that's how I do it. Don't get all the folders, I get the root folder and then get all children. When we get the list of all playlists, we are going to have to that library playlist have a property. on playlist. Playlist can every property. Library. Oh, that is it. Over Xcode 13. Look at this. Init, I want to override the init method. Yeah. Right, Buffer, thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And good luck with building your operating system. That is such a... That's a fair point. Where the hell does the initializer come? It also fills the stuff that... Okay. Adds everything. Okay. That's useful, but not quite what... Library. Okay, so this is going to set whether or not... Don't go it from... At, yeah, good. Okay. But library. Oh, the library. That. Oh, question. Shit. Else we're gonna create it. Well, wireless. Wireless. So tired today for some reason. I was actually quite awake this morning. Like, I woke up on my own steam and managed to get a bunch of stuff done. Because I'm going to be having I had to get up early because I had a plumber coming around, because I'm wonderfully going to have a shower replaced. Now, this is a new build house. And I moved in about coming up to a year ago, and I think I may have talked on stream about all the travails with this shower before. How this shower basically just leaked and leaked and leaked and leaked and leaked. And it's all because they fit it improperly. Well, guess what? Now the shower tray is broken. Built to crack. Why? Because they probably fit it improperly. Nothing is square on it. So yeah, that is going to cost me. I could try claiming it on the building warranty, but it's too much hassle, and I figure I might as well just pay and get someone proper to do it. Mr. B, welcome and thank you for subscribing. 5 months. Wow, have I really been doing this that long? I have. Wow. Bree, have you actually seen my new setup yet? Oh, you're in a meeting. Well, when you get back out of your meeting, just let me know and I will show you the rest of my setup. Because it is quite fun. Time. So we've got a tracks library playlist. When we create our coffee, model tracks library playlist. Final class. Because I could really do with subclassing it. Okay. I could just make sure that whenever a song is added, it is added to the library playlist. That should be hard to do because how do I create tracks here? When I create a track, I can do that and just put it added. That's called model controller create tracks. So I'm going to do track no. Self dot tracks library dot track. Playlist. So whenever a track is created, it gets added to the tracks library playlist. We're probably going to have to nuke our data anyway and create, but that should be too problematic. What else do we want our playlist? Because it will probably help. Because a smart playlist is going to be a library playlist. Well, it's going to have a source on it, and we need those to be treated as other playlists. So I think at some point we're going to need to create a protocol. Question of whether it's worth doing that now. Playlists, we don't care about the name for all of them. These library property goes away. We have a separate like concrete type. Sort index we care about. Roll but the library. And then because in that our model can't we? Well, we'll have one playlist type because the thing that we need to change is track, so we can have an enum for the playlist type. And the type can be a library, it can be manual, or it can be smart. And for a smart playlist, it needs to hold source, which is going to be another playlist, either a library playlist or playlist, and a predicate. And then the only thing that we need to change is this here. It will either pull out playlist tracks from a relationship, or it will do it. Oh no, because we need to actually save them, don't we? Because you can rearrange our playlist. Okay, I am going to go and get a fresh cup of tea. Because this is going to be one of those days where I need to ponder. Pondering requires caffeine. So, I will be back in a few minutes with some caffeine. And then we will try and work out exactly how we want all this place set up. Because I think it's going to be better sorting it out now rather than later. I will see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I am back, so let's get back into this. Nice hot cup of tea ready. So, got 3 types of playlists, that's where we had got to. And in terms of those playlists, we have library, which is just going to return all tracks. We have a manual, which is return tracks added by user. And then we have smart, which is going to return tracks matching filter. Now the key thing is, as I've said, the tracks have to match. The tracks have to physically be on there because we need to be able to sort them. Because you can have a smart playlist and you can sort it how you want. So what that means is probably want smart playlists to work just like normal playlists, but in terms of like the tracks. However, we're going to want to have smart playlists basically have something that monitors other tracks and playlists. So that when a track changes, it goes through all of the smart playlists and determines because that will be the fastest way to do it, because we will know when something on the track changes, and the smart playlist should only ever update in 2 scenarios: when the smart playlist updates, like the property of it, or the track updates. That would probably be the most efficient way. So when the smart playlist changes, we basically just go through everything in source. We can do that once the filter does. That can be done at a higher level than the playlist. And for a whatchamacallit playlist, for a track changing, when the track changes again at a higher level, it can just go through and check all smart playlists and see, do the smart playlists care about the property that has changed? If so, update, either add or remove. I don't think there's anything else, unless it's like play things that haven't been played in the last 30 days, in which case you've got a date thing that needs updating, but I think we can avoid that. Don't need to offer that sort of filtering support. I mean, pick support that. File. Smart playlist. Let's have a look here. What does add it after last? actually... Right. Edit. Ah, update smart. Okay. But if I I'm updating. Okay. The players can be live updating, or they can update when you manually tell them to update. Because when you get okay, limit the number of items, but set the rating must be one of those. So that is going to update. Sample rate is fixed. Size is not going to change. Switch is a property. Title. So almost all of this is going to be a property change. The only thing that is not a property change is date added. Yeah, date added, date modified. Like any of the date ones are the ones where the thing you're testing against can change because it is tested against dates. Like the property is not changing, the test is changing. Whereas everything else, the value that you are testing stays the same, but the property is the thing that's changing. So that's sort of inverted, and that makes it a bit more difficult. I suppose the way around that would be to note those sorts of predicates and update them on launch, update them when the playlist is used or made visible. It's no twig, it is going reasonably well. We are just working on Streamline and trying to work out how exactly we want to get the various playlists all working. Oh yeah. What we model. Hi Kieran! Wow, everyone's coming into the stream at the moment. So, Snowtwig, Kieran, how are you both doing today? Hopefully doing quite well. Right. So we have our... Cool. Let's get Wizard's track on. Potentially could. Just back from the appointment, now back to do some chores, so you may lurk for a while. I am doing well, just working through Streamline, trying to work out how playlists should work. I think I've got it sorted now. I mean, playlists themselves are easy enough, it's smart playlists that are a pain. But what I am going to do is we are going to create, not going to have is library, we're going to have enum kind, and we're going to have case library, case manual, and case smart, which is going to have source, which is going to be another playlist, and predicate which is going to be any, but eventually is going to be a smart playlist type, which is going to contain all the information for the actual predicate. And then we're going to have var kind, it is going to be type kind, and it's going to default manual. Now what we're probably going to want to do is take this, go down here and throw this in an extension. Because what we're going to want is for station be a string and it's from so switch L okay That's good. Here are all the issues. But fixing them all is not enabled. Aye. So, if it's library, we're going to return library. Smart. Case source station and predicate blank. Okay, Kieran, hope your chores go well. I worked through quite a few chores this morning. That and then God let God let kind illustrates. On my keyboard. Right, so we have that there. And what do I want to do? Switch on kind, which is something that you can do because even though kind is a string, we can switch on it. And case, library. Then library. Paste art. Thing and default. Return. Let source. Raw source. This representation. Source. Right, let's just do model ID there because we want to show the actual playlist. Oh yeah, I don't want peerless one. So do that as else. Hell, otherwise we're not source on now. Right, why are you complaining? Or is it only selfie? Selfie. That. So we want to get kind of bring P-list. Outlet kind. Oh. Kind. P-list represent. Else. Go. Model. Updater. Attribute. Bound. Kind. Kind equals. Just here and okay. So that gets us everything we need because we don't really care about the predicate at this point. We can do that when we get to the smart playlist, and that can be as complex as we like because what we're going to do is just do a peerless representation of the predicate, and that is just going to be effectively a subtype, a bit like how in Coppice the content type is not its own core type, it's like a subtype of a page. A predicate is going to be a subtype of the playlist, so we're not going to have a separate collection for it because you're never going to want to get all the predicates. It only makes sense in terms of a particular playlist. Without thinking about it, why on earth do we have a source with the predicate? All the predicate can then source. That. Which means that. Because if we're going to have an object, we might as well have that on that. And then the key thing here is switch I want cache that. because when you get a very big thing, going through all of them and filtering, so it could take a while. So, and when we go to a tracks view, every time reload the tracks, which is when so it's going to make sense to cache these because with the sort index changes, don't care that tracks have changed. So the only times that we care update this is if we're a library and the track is added to the thing, if a track is added to a playlist or removed from a playlist, which here I could just tell a playlist to clear its cache. So for a library playlist, we say clear your cache when a song is added and deleted. Create a regular playlist when added deleted, and for a smart playlist it'll be the same, but it's going to actually be controlled rather than add and delete. It's going to be controlled by whatever handles smart playlist updating. So yeah, we want private or cache. Now there are some further performance things that we should be able to do, such as when we clear the cache tracks, we can pass in add and remove, and we can do smart things such as if we want to clear the full cache, just remove and add those items, but we will leave that for now because that's going to be easy enough for us to change in future, because it's just adding some arguments here and re-implementing this part. And that's something better to do once we know what the performance implications are of just doing self.cache tracks nil. And then what we can do is if let cache tracks 5.7 now. Hey, that is... I mean, you can't do it like that. So I think in those cases, it's going to make sense, but when it is stuff inside of a property, doing the planar flat is going to be nice. So, if switch self.kind... Actually, oh. Self.kind. Library and then case.manual. In most cases, right. List. This would turn tracks, but now for here, tracks is going to self.model controller dot selection for track dot self dot all dot map playlist track, and these are just going to be playlist tracks that don't actually exist in, that's fair point, if they don't exist in the model controller, I'm not going to be able to get the playlist from them or the actual track. That's problematic. I get the sense that today is going to be a day full of yak shaving. Going to get a playlist right for every track. Oh. First thing. Data slightly, but it would, I think. All this code, you're basically going to pull the same tracks either way. The only thing is make sure that you fit when you do. Curious. So the problem that I'm having is we have these model object wrappers here, and this is a property wrapper that I've created so that when I'm storing, for example, a playlist or a track, I'm not storing the actual object, because the problem is if you like undo redo, the object can be destroyed and recreated again. But what it actually stores is the model ID, and then it fetches that object via the model ID when you call the property. So that basically means that you're always getting the correct live version of the object represented by the ID. Problem is, the object needs to exist and you need to set the model controller. The objects will exist. So I just need to set the model controller. It doesn't actually exist in collection. Then when you ask a track for all of its playlists, it's not going to show up. Okay, so we may be able to work around this. Let's and we're going. What? That's it. A collection. At the collection. Probably getting a little janky, but we'll. Playlist. Oh no, because it's collection. Now the correct way of doing this is have it where we can add properties, but they're just transient. We can add items to a collection, but they're just transient. So we aren't actually yeah. So you can add it, but they're not going to be persisted. And they're not going to take part in undo, redo, or anything like that. I just need to change things in M3 data. As I said, today is going to be a yak shaving day. Go and shave all those yaks, and eventually we'll get back to what we were wanting to do, which is just persist the sort order. For those of you who are not experienced programmers, this is what programming is. It's like, oh, I'm going to do this simple thing. Your entire world falls apart. Alright, so how are we going? Object that can be transient. Programming bug fixing is a macro example of the butterfly effect. Yeah, pretty much. And yes, since it is a bit like that in Blender. So we want to create a new object. So these transient things, how do I want them to work? I want you to be able to fetch them via object with ID. They should turn from all. However, they should not be persisted. Which means model object reference, because model object reference can be persisted, we probably want to have a warning in here if a value is transient, because it's like you're using a transient value and you probably shouldn't for a model object reference. Now that would be fine for our thing, because playlists and tracks are not transient. It is the playlist track that is transient. And therefore, these IDs should always exist. Actually, where we save on save this model writer, right? Now we're getting all. So rather than getting all, we want to get all persistent. And save that. Offer performance. But okay. So now this. So it's going to work as follows. We are going to got a collection, so we want public for all set up. Now we're just going to filter that in a second, because what model object it will care about it a getter in the form of model object, and then object with the dot filter. Can't do anything. False. Nope, so that's all. What we need to get are false, playlist, and false. that. That's what we're model. Huh? Let's try. Yeah, we can. This act up. Now, alert zero got playlist. Yaks. Track. True. Not going to. So track. Track. Tracked up playlist. Oh, we want to. Yeah, we could probably do. Stop. Stop. Thing. Perfect. Bet. Now what? Let's do. And that. Funk. And it's oh. I self-docking thing. And we can, well, we can. Okay. This is a song that makes even robots dance. So, it's Village. Saxophone is also the best instrument. It's up there. Bit more of a piano man myself. Though a very good sax solo, very hard to beat, I'll agree with that. I expect that was church organ. Organs are pretty fantastic if used well, and not just church organs, but electric organs especially. If you get like a Hammond organ, those sorts of sounds, absolutely magnificent. Like the best example of that is probably White Shade of Pale. The organs on that really make sound. But you get it on other things. Probably the best organ solo is the Animals version of House of the Rising Sun. There's an organ solo in the middle of that that is absolutely ridiculous. And it definitely, electric organs definitely gives a sort of a very mid to late 60s, early 70s vibe to them. That sort of rock organ is absolutely fantastic. Right, so we have that tidied up. What will we? Oh. Michael Field, I believe, has used stuff like that. I mean, in terms of like the sort of the rock organs, you're talking. I mean, one of the more famous players is Billy Preston, who played organ on a lot of Beatles later tracks. Create a track, create a playlist, track for the live playlist, track, deleting playlist. Okay. And we are loading from this. Create objects. Alright. For track. Track collection. And we're going to do track update. You have is that tea or coffee? A bit more like coffee picture. Actually gone through all my tea, but I'm feeling quite a bit more awake now. Might be better. So let's see now this. So, stream. Oh. Ah. Wait a minute. That's it. Right. So, I'm going to build and run this, and I expect this to crash. Pause, it's going to try finding properties. I'll fix this. And there we go. So, what we want to do... find a... Streamline. Delete all. I'm going to have to start from scratch. Okay, so that adds. But it doesn't add them. That's some file. That. Aha! Play the cache tracks. Oh, it's playlist cache tracks. For those when you back. Playlist. The cache track then, and that. Playlist track. Playlist cache track. Try that now. Go here. Cross. This. Okay, so we're not calling tracks at all. So if I go to tracks, cache tracks. Touch playlist chat self. Okay, so no playlist tracks exist. Why? Ish. Add them. Track.
Synthesis complete.
Go there. There. So we okay. Okay. Let's why is it not all of them? Oh, the first thing we want is just temporarily go in playlist. Yeah, the predicate. Actually. Oh no. That's okay. Right. Contain objects of CF type. Oh, kind. Dot purification. So if I drag feed onto here, why is it only adding 3? Delete that. Tracks, files. Oh. Okay, so there are only 3 values. Why? Info.drag. Oh. Promise. Got that there. Alright. That. Promised value as. Okay, so that is accurate. Drag the in value. 8. So let's file it for that. Start and track dog. Okay. So if that. So there. Voila. Everything is appearing. Now the problem is I can rearrange these, but we're going to fix that because we're going to check if the playlist is a library to disable that. But it means that we don't need to handle things completely differently anymore. Which is fantastic. So I am going to step away for a sec, just have a quick bathroom break. And when we get back, we will tidy this up, make sure the cat do that, and then we can get back to what I initially wanted to do, which is saving the sort order. So 2.5 hours in stream, probably by, I don't know, yeah, 2.5 hours in because we started at 12. So by about 3 hours into the stream, we will get finally finished the what will hopefully be a very simple thing that we wanted to do in the first place. But that's programming. So see you in a few. Okay, I am back. Now I have a little story of something that happened to me yesterday, and it was a interesting little story. So what happened was I went to the supermarket, as I normally do, and I got back, got my car, as I normally do, and then saw something in my driveway. And it was something that I did not expect. And something that, it's like, if I saw it on the driveway, I thought, oh, it would go away rather quickly. And it told me, but it just stayed there. And what was it? A little bird. It just seemed to sit there rather peacefully, and I ended up asking some of my neighbours, and we reckon it must have just flown into a window and dazed itself, because after a while I tried picking it up to put it in just a small tub. Let's go get a close look at the burb. Actually, that doesn't bring us any closer. Let's zoom this in. Yeah, that isn't working either. Look at the burb. So yeah, they were just sat there rather peacefully. When I went to like grab it to scoop it up into a small like plastic container with some stuff in, because I was wanting to basically get it up and out of the way, because I almost stepped, like if I hadn't have opened the door, looked around and noticed it, like if it hadn't been bright yellow and blue, I might have accidentally stepped on it, because it was right on the driveway where I would be walking. And also there were various cats around, so I wanted to try and rescue it, but I tried picking it up and it ended up flying to a neighbour's. And another neighbour came round with some mealworms to try and see if they could feed it and help it recover. And then they tried to pick it up and it just flew onto their arm and then flew off, and hopefully it's now found its way home. But it's not every day that you come home and find a bird randomly sat on your doorstep. And normally when you, like, I see plenty of birds around and they'll fly down, but then they'll just fly off when you get close. And this one was just sat there, I could get really close up to it. And yeah, poor little thing. Must have just fallen into a window. It looked physically, it looked fine, except for the fact that it seemed to be dazed. So yeah, I had my very own little bird. Yes, I did become a Disney princess briefly. Yeah, that was the surprise of my Sunday. So, hello Uli, how are you doing today? Right, so we have all of our music and stuff that can be dragged in. So we want to get rid of the column and prevent sorting. So we'll go to our tracks. And we actually want to delete an awful lot of stuff. For starters, there must always be a playlist. So we can do that. Do that for the autosave stuff. Allows rearranging tracks. Self.playlist.kind is not equal. Library. Get rid of that because track rows are always good. That, and eventually we're going to get rid of, we're going to make that sorted tracks because we're going to pass the sort column in and store it on the actual playlist. Because we need to be able to use that outside, or do we? Let me just try something. I'm going to pause that. I am going to just add the music app to my headphones so I'm not doing something on that I shouldn't be. And then songs. So that's going like that. If I sort it like that, I click. Okay, so that is going to do that and there. That, go away. Okay, so it does when you play a playlist, it uses whatever sort order selected. That is good to know. I can switch back to the audio capture. So that gives us useful information because it knows that we do have to store that on the playlist because we may not have the actual table available to know what the current sort column is. That is going to come from elsewhere. So, oh, by the way, Lee, I don't think you've been on since I've upgraded my stream. You've seen some of the 3D stuff, but have you seen all the latest bits and pieces on the stream? Well, let's give you a quick tour then. You'll notice that things are, oh, colours a little different. I've made things a bit different shades of grey, so they stand out. The lighting's also a bit different, and you'll notice that it is very different when we go in here because, oh, what's that out the window? We're now in space. So we go out there. There's nothing at the moment, but stuff will come along in a little bit. We'll be able to see some stuff. But while we're waiting for stuff to come around, the holo table, it works. Watch this. I have a holo table, and it can do starting soon. You can do be right back. You can do thanks for watching. And if I zoom in, you can see it's gently rotating back and forth, and we've got nice glow effects on and nice scan lines going down, and eventually you'll see it just glitching just a bit. So I was showing Kieran on, I think Friday it was, how this is all built, and it's basically just a few textures and then a bunch of shader stuff in Unity. Just using the shader graphs to add all the glitching and stuff, and it seems complicated at first, but when you start getting all the bits of it together, it's mostly just pulling in textures and positions, some stuff to get the time for the animating parts, and then it's just a bit of noise and multiplying and adding stuff. But it's my first real attempt at anything shader related in Unity, and it's turned out pretty good, just piecing together various bits of tutorials and documentation to put it all together. So that is the hologram stuff. And yeah, the lighting's a bit different. It's I'm getting to the point where I'm going to start putting proper coloured lighting in, ready for Twitch. I've got a little animation when I turn the animation on and off. Let's see, we still haven't got anything going by. I mean, we just gradually rotate through space, but at some point we will probably see a nice nebula come along. But I mean, I could just show you Skybox. Go over here, I'll open it up in Photoshop and just show you. See what it actually looks like. So this is the skybox that I painted. So you can see there are various nebula that can come past the window, some above and below, which we're just using a few brushes and stuff in Procreate to build these up, so I'm pretty pleased with how these ended up looking. But yeah, we'll probably do some more work later on today on the stream. I've got a few things that I want to work on. But now, with Streamline, let's get these sort orders saved. So what we want is we want to go through and finish oh, don't worry, really, there are going to be lots of little bits and pieces that just fly by. There are going to be there may potentially be an Intrepid class starship that flies by at some point. Maybe the odd space shuttle or a space telescope or various other bits and pieces that can just gradually float past. There may even at some points be planets and stuff. Could end up orbiting around the planet. No, you've got to go Intrepid. Intrepid class. Have you never seen that the Intrepid class is the smiliest spaceship ever? There we are. Actually, you can see it a bit better. I mean, look how smiley they are. Got the little eyes and the big, wide open, smiley mouth. They're so happy. They've got their massive hat on to protect their face from the sun, and they're just so happy to be flying around. I mean, look at them here. How happy is this spaceship? Don't worry, Kieran, I never noticed it until a few years ago. And I watched Voyager all the way through when it first came out, and I never noticed the face. Fair point, stop playing. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. Don't need kinda anymore. Playlist track. Actually, we don't even need the playlist track, I don't think. I think we could just have the sort column as an enum on playlist. These can all be extensions on the sort column. And then yeah, because these could just be on the playlist track. Now we can eliminate an entire type. Part of the problem with streaming is quite often when I get to one of these situations where I'm pondering stuff, I'll sit down, I'll ponder stuff, and I'll figure out how exactly I want to do something. And then a lot of people say, okay, I figured this out, I will do it. Whereas my brain is sort of, I figured this out, I'm now going to go and do something else. Like, I've just solved this problem, I haven't implemented the solution, I just figured out how I'm going to implement it. I will just go and walk and maybe start the window, get a drink, just do anything else for a few minutes, and then come back and sit down at my computer and be able to actually work and get through it. And when you're streaming, it's a bit harder to do that because I can be doing that fairly frequently. If I'm solving the problem, then I'll get through this and then I'll go and step away. And it's like, you don't want to be going away from your computer every like 15-20 minutes if you're constantly going through like small problems and making small steps like this. On the other side, I can go and do other stuff. I mean, it will be once I get this overlay working properly, I will hopefully be able to have little things in here where I can, for example, go for a walk around and just do various things around the ship. Like eventually go in here, which will be a lift that takes us down to the bottom level. This will be, well, the captain's quarters. But, I mean, I don't see anyone else, so I guess I'm the captain now. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh yes. We have engineering over here. That's sealed off as well. Only robots allowed in there at the moment. And yes, the bridge is a bit barren. So, but hopefully we'll be able to do stuff and you'll be able to do stuff as well, eventually. My current plan is I want to get the lighting stuff done, the textures done, get a few more like facial expressions sorted out. Or if the expressions are okay, I want to get the desktop pictures done. I want to do a pixelated one and I want to do a sort of black and green terminal version. I want to get those like created, implemented, and once they are done and the lighting is done, then I can start hooking stuff up to Twitch and I can get raids implemented. I want to make it so that you can throw little bugs at me, you know, our special little red, green and blue bugs. These ones, yeah. Blue one gone missing again. I don't know why Twitch keeps doing that. Oh, I can do that. Really, if I go over here, I mean, there are some problems. macOS is very finicky these days about screen sharing with iPads. Let's see if this will actually work. Yeah, I keep having to restart my iPad to get it to appear. Now I think, is it... No, it's not hooked up there. Right, so that... Yeah, I haven't figured out exactly what is going wrong here. So I have Well, I did have that, because if I switch over to here, and I get rid of secrets, I have this here where it would slide up and then fade the background and show the iPad. The problem is the connection to the iPad is very flaky. And I don't know whether it's... I think it's Monterey has done something, and I'm not sure whether it's Universal Control that is messing stuff up, because Sidecar is also incredibly flaky to the point of being useless now. So screen capture from my iPad just doesn't seem to work properly unless I restart my iPad. Sidecar doesn't seem to work. Universal Control works near flawlessly. But yeah, I have no idea what is going wrong and why it keeps failing, and I don't know if it's iOS 15, well, iPadOS 15 that's causing the issues, or macOS 12 that's causing the issues, or some combination of the two. But it's definitely the screen capture, not OBS, because it doesn't work in QuickTime either, or anything else that would capture on the device. Yet if I plug in my iPhone, it captures perfectly pretty much every time. So it's not like a thing that happens to everything, it just seems to be with iPad. And the only thing that I can think that has changed is Universal Control. So that's kind of annoying, but hopefully iPadOS 16 may make things work a bit better. But yeah, it's just... it's just one of those things where I wish I could do it, because it was very useful to have the iPad just pop up so I could do sketches, but I can't do that. Like, let me reboot my iPad. Is Reflector available for the Mac? And it says it's still there, so I mean it could be worth... Alright, let's see if this will... See, it works now. So it does work, it's just after a certain point, maybe it's unplugging and plugging back in again, it just starts to fail. So I can now... That's very thin text. So yeah, I can do all this. I haven't tried AirPlay screen sharing, so I'll give Reflector a go, because if I can get that working reliably, then I can just window capture Reflector rather than having it stream. So for when I can't speak. But yeah, so the iPad can work, and I want to get it to work because the iPad is so good for those things when I want to do stuff such as like a demonstration of how something works. Like if I want to sketch out Streamline and I want to do that, and then do sidebar and toolbar, and just be able to sketch these things out and explain how this is going to be tracks. Pen is not very good for writing text. Oh, that's why, because it's on that mode. Sidebar. Q. And be able to just do all these sorts of things because it is so much more useful to be able to do all this with the pencil and the iPad. It just makes stuff a lot easier. It's just, like I said, the connection has just got so flaky. So I'll give Reflector a go because it's only, it says £20 14 pence. So if it works, that's an easy business expense. Right, so what am I doing? I am eliminating track row. Which, thinking about it, that's playlist track. We are now caching. No, not playlist track, playlist. I mean, if we're going to put the sorting into here so that it can be used elsewhere, why not cache the sorted tracks as well? Because, I mean, when you clear cache tracks, you just clear sorted tracks. But if we cache the sorted tracks as well, then when we change whatever our sort property is, we can do it. We can cache that, and then we don't need any of the caching in the tracks view because it's all handled in the model layer. So then we're just doing the needs reload to reload the view and reload data. Yeah. One second, just getting a phone call. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, phone call done. Yeah, I noticed there was a try button, so I'll give it a go after the stream and see how it works. I mean, it says bye-bye cables, but I mean, my iPad is usually plugged into my the front of my Mac. I'm still trying to work out my my port situation and whether I go for a absolute basic USB dock and stuff, but risk it not having enough power for Stream Decks. Go for a CalDigit dock, which is not in connection. I'll go for one of the CalDigit Thunderbolt docks, which are way more expensive and probably overkill for what I need, but future-proof me. So, but the iPad's always plugged in, and probably always will be plugged directly into the Mac Studio anyway, because it gives me more charging power. At least I think it does. Pretty sure my iPad will be. Pretty sure the ports, they must be offering like 20 watts out. Actually, it's Thunderbolt. How much charging does a Thunderbolt port give? Probably, I think it's only about 15. So maybe getting a Thunderbolt dock, I would get faster charging if I went for the TS4, because that does have a 20 watt port on it. Curious now. Bolt or charging. That's the Bolt 4, but how much power does Bolt 4 give? And customers. To give you any information on power. Bolt port 5. Because I know you can provide quite a lot of power through Thunderbolt. Because I think, is it up to 100 watts power? Yeah, 100 watts. I don't imagine that it's going to send, like you're going to get all of that through a Mac Studio, because the power supply in the Mac Studio is only rated to like 350 watts, I believe. So yeah, we'll see. I may end up just going for a TS4 Thunderbolt dock, even though people are saying, "Oh, do you really need that?" It's just one of those things of no, but I keep umming and ahhing, and if I get one, it's going to last me a long time. It's going to do everything I need and more, and I can afford it. Anyway, enough. And it would stop me from constantly going, oh, do I need this, or do I need that, this, that, and the other. And the amount of times I should just buy the thing. If it's something that you can afford, just buy it and stop with the indecision, because you're probably going to save yourself far more money by not being so indecisive. But for now, I will continue to and ah about my indecision. Now strike. Yes. Your iPad is on wired Ethernet, so you don't need cables. Well, I mean, I'm only using a USB-C cable to plug it in because, well, I don't really need Thunderbolt. It's more just charging, so. A friend of yours brought a USB-C hub, and oh, that's what I got these about. Another phone that completely powers USB ports when the Mac sleeps, making it impossible to work the Mac with external wired keyboard. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff, because what I'm needing is some more USB-A ports, and ideally an audio jack, so I can have a front audio jack rather than constantly have to reach around the back of the computer. The problem is, I ideally need it to be powered, because a lot of them out there, they're cheap and they're under £100, and they do all this stuff. But the bus power is they will do 7.5 watts shared between all the USB-C, so you can only have one bus powered device connected at a time. Okay, well, I'm going to be wanting to connect a Stream Deck, an external SSD, potentially, like if I keep streaming for a long time, I may want to add a second Stream Deck, because I mean, part of me wants a Stream Deck XL simply for all the macro stuff, like all the other apps and doing all the automation there, and it would be nice to have one dedicated for all my streaming controls and one that is all my app stuff, so that I don't have to keep switching. So that would be 2 bus power things, plus external SSDs, plus I would like, it would be nice to have cables just always plugged in for stuff like lightning and stuff, so that they're not just on the side of the desk and I've got to go find them and reach and plug in. I can just have them plugged in and just neatly tucked out the way to the side of the Mac Studio, so that I can charge stuff and connect data stuff up, because like stuff like my Because at the moment I'm filling every port except for the HDMI port. Yeah, so... But was their hub a powered hub? I'm assuming it was not a powered hub. It was just a regular hub. So it's one of those things where you want... Like, a powered hub provides more power, because the powered hubs can generally do like I say, the unpowered ones pull the power from your device, and they can do like 7.5 watts shared between multiple things. The powered ones could do 7.5 watts dedicated. So that is why, I mean, that is why I'm looking at something like... I mean, these are the 3 that I'm looking at. So there is USB-C Pro Dock, which I've got USB port on the front, A port on the front, next USB-C, and a headphone port. That satisfies me there. And on the back I have some more USB-A, and then it goes Thunderbolt into the computer. Don't care about DisplayPort, don't care about Ethernet. So that would be great. That costs about £220 and is out of stock everywhere. Next up is a Thunderbolt 3 dock, which I get separate audio in and out, which would be kind of useful because my headphones are separate audio in out. You get USB-C and A on the front again, and an SD card. I think the Pro Dock has SD card on the front. So yeah, the front is pretty much the same except it's separate audio. But on the back you get 4 USB 5 gigs, and you get a Thunderbolt 3 port and a USB 10 gig port and DisplayPort 1.2, but which I don't need, Ethernet don't need, digital optical don't need. I don't really need the power, but if I had like 2 Stream Decks, well, those are useful. That would be useful for at least one of my connectors, possibly powering another, because all of these each are 7.5 watts. Or, and this costs £50 more than this, so this is £280. Or for £320, I could go for the Thunderbolt 4 version. And this has a few key advantages. You get an additional Thunderbolt port. You get an additional USB-C port, which is a 20 watt port on the front. So that is like iPad fast charger wattage. It also future-proofs me because I've got DisplayPort 1.4 there, though I don't really need that because all my displays can be connected directly in. If I ever wanted to go to more than 3 displays, maybe. But it's like, I don't need that. All of those I could use. Don't need, probably don't need. So yeah, it's just one of those things of what do I go for? And the thing is, and the other key thing is, all of these USB ports are 10 gig. Which again, I'm probably not going to use. Like 5 gigs, so it's like, this could be the better one, but part of me is like, just like £40 more, and I can get this version that is far more future-proof because it's Thunderbolt 4, which my Mac Studio can use, and it's like 4K high refresh on here if I ever need it, additional ports here if I ever need them, and it just gives me more than enough USB ports than I'll need. And it's future-proof for me if, for example, I want to go and get a USB microphone at some point and plug it in. Because I know people say don't plug microphones and stuff into docks, but when it's a powered Thunderbolt dock, latency is not going to be that bad, especially for what I need it for. It's not going to be that bad. So it's just one of those things of, what do I go for? And I think I'm probably just going to end up buying one of these because it's overkill, but like I say, it's going to be a business expense anyway. So I might as well go for something that literally everyone recommended. Every single... I said, can someone recommend a Thunderbolt dock? And every single person said, get the TS4. Don't bother with anything else, just go for the TS4 because it is the CalDigit ones are the best ones out there. But, okay. So, yeah, I'll probably do that. It's just a case of I've ended up with so many more peripherals doing streaming and stuff that it's like, oh, the Mac Studio has so many more ports. Not really. I was filling up all my ports and having to swap stuff on the iMac, and now I've got an additional display to plug in and a camera to plug in, and now I've got a Stream Deck and a controller that's currently charging through a monitor, and yeah. I need the sort of port selection that my gaming PC has, because that has USB ports up the wazoo. And that is what a Thunderbolt dock would hopefully give me. It almost be nice if you could get a Mac Studio that had modular connectors on it, because I do not need an SD card slot or an HDMI slot. I could swap those out for some USB-A ports and audio jacks and stuff. That would be fantastic. Anyway, we are going to that is a problem. Trying to find out what sort of ports they are. That is one of the benefits of going for this. If I went for the TS4, it's just like another, all the USB-C ports on my Mac Studio are all Thunderbolt 4. I would know that all of the USB ports on there, be it A or C, are USB 3.2 Gen 2. Whatever, basically 10 gigabit per second, so it's like the peak of USB at that point. So that is true. Having the display ports does help you free them up, whereas I'm having to use the Thunderbolt for my displays. I mean, my Thunderbolt at the moment, I have 6 of them. One is going to my Stream Deck, one through USB 2, so that's not really being used much. USB-C cable to my iPad, technically I could do that Thunderbolt to Thunderbolt. One's going to my external SSD enclosure for all my backups and additional storage, and the other 3 are going to my monitors. I could do one of my monitors through the HDMI because they're only 1440p at 60 Hz. But my main one needs DisplayPort 1.4. Oh yeah, I mean I have three displays. I have my 28-inch 4K display. It currentently got it locked to 120 Hz because it was causing some issues, I think, with variable refresh rate. But I have a 24-inch on my... I can actually... Do I still have? Here we are. This is my setup. So a Gigabyte M28U, which is a pretty great 4K monitor. And then I have my two trusty Dell 2750, is it U2715H that I've had for ages. I got one of these years ago, another one a bit later when I was expecting just to have these two monitors with a Mac Pro, and then the Mac Pro ended up being a disappointment. But yeah, and then I've started using this one rotated because the way I have it set up at the moment is I have OBS up here, which also has chat and activity feed, and then down at the bottom here is where I have the stream overlay, and then I have some other bits and pieces in the middle here. So yeah, it's useful having it. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you have similar, it's just yours are the 24-inch rather than mine are the 27-inch 1440p. So they're good. I mean, I cannot go below like 1440p of usable space for coding because that is simply what I need for Xcode and stuff. But having all of these is pretty fantastic. But yeah, you want like anything that is working at 1440p, so like a 4K monitor that's scaled like I have, you want it around 27-inch. My Gigabyte is 28-inch, so it's slightly out, but it's close enough that you don't really notice it. Now, I've oddly seen a lot of people on like YouTube and stuff complaining about how macOS does display scaling. I'm saying it causes like severe performance issues, and I'm just like, does it though? And they're saying it's doing this on like the Mac Studio and stuff, and I'm just like, I've used display scaling on... I was using display scaling on my old iMac, which was powering the 5K display at native 5K, a 4K display that was scaled, and a third 1440p display, and I had no performance issues. So it feels a bit like some people are getting some rather weird like video editing things, because it all seems to be like video editors that are encountering issues. Yeah, I mean, display scaling does have a slight effect on performance because it's rendering at 5K and then downscaling to 4K. But it shouldn't be that much of an issue that it is causing severe performance issues. And some people saying, oh, the way Apple's doing it is terrible. Well, the way Apple's doing it, like they tried to do it the other way, and the other way has far more problems. Like trying to scale up UI, that has far more problems than just drawing at 2x and scaling down, because scaling down from one pixel size to another pixel size is a lot easier than scaling down vector and drawing stuff correctly. Oh yeah, I saw all the pixel cracks and all stuff like that, and I actually started implementing stuff to work around them, because they were telling you to make sure that you work around this for all this scaling, and they ended up just giving up. And the fact is that, like, I can barely tell the difference between 4K, like 4K scaled, and 5K. If I really look, I can tell the difference, but it is not that big of a deal. I would much rather, one thing I can really tell the difference on is the refresh rate. I would much rather have 4K scaled at 120 Hz or higher than 5K at 60 Hz. Hi Kieran, we basically just talked about peripherals and monitors and stuff like that. Alright, so playlist sorted tracks. Why do we have to use? Just I prefer having a large screen and being able to lean back and see and still see everything. That's what you need, good DPI. So close but not at your desk. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing about the concept of a retina display. So a lot of people think, oh, retina display means 2x. 2x satisfies retina in a lot of cases, but it is not necessary. Retina is where you cannot determine the pixels. Like if you are sat at a normal viewing distance and you look, you cannot, like if you have 20/20 vision, you cannot distinguish pixels. And if you are sat at a desk and the monitor is about 2 foot away from you, so about an arm's length away from you, as it should be, you only need about 140 DPI. Now bear in mind that 1440p at 110 at 27 inches is 110. So if you can get above that limit and you can't see the pixels, it's technically retina. Now you can still see a difference. Like I say, I can see the difference between 4K scaled and 5K scaled if you know where to look. And if you're doing anything that is very fine pixel work, like if I bring up Photoshop and I do a bunch of like 1 pixel black, 1 pixel white, 1 pixel black, 1 pixel white, 100% and 200% zoom, that is just a grey on the scale display because it's blurring them. But when you zoom in more than that, it looks fine. And the thing is, you're never working at 100 and 200% if you're working that fine pixel. So there are definitely benefits to 5K. It's just, for me, the big benefit to 4K is that I could have had 3 4K displays and my external camera and pocket change compared to the studio display, for example. Oh yeah, I mean, I still do pixel precise stuff, but that ironically is mostly on my non-retina displays, because it's about icons and stuff that don't look right. So that should be back. Oh, I still do all my assets as bitmaps. I'm not using vectors. Like I'm not using, in many cases, SF symbols. I'm not using it as is. I use SF symbols as a template to create pixel perfect versions. Because SF symbols just looked awful on like a non-retina display. Non-retina displays are those 24-inch ones that you said that you had either side. I think some people will be quite surprised at how many people are not using retina displays simply because you had the choice of the LG Ultrafine, was apparently a Met product, or the Studio Display, which is super expensive, or the XDR, which is ludicrously expensive. Or you could get 4K scaled, or you could get 1440p. Or, as a lot of people do, you go for an ultra-wide monitor. So a lot of people have just gone for those ones and they're not using Retina. Like if Apple had released, if they'd either released the Studio Display and it had been at the price it is, but being 120Hz and with a decent camera and the height adjustable stand built in, probably, then it could have been good. Or if they'd done it under £1,000, then it would have been quite good, because if you get in towards like £900 to £1,000 for 5K, when higher end 4Ks are getting to around 700-800, then it's like, why wouldn't you go for that? It has certain downsides, like if it was still 60Hz, so on, but it actually becomes competitive. But right, so we don't need that. Get rid of that, and we want to do extension, playlist track, static collect, and we're going to be file private because we do not need these. Actually, I've only one of the non-written spells attached to Mac. The Mac is the internal display. Ah. Column could be on those. I think I want the. So you're gonna have the previous tune was ORB from the League of Legends Diana sessions. I'll just type that for you. It's one of the few ones that's sort of lo-fi without being your standard lo-fi, which is why I stuck it in there. How do I want this? So I don't want to... See, this is the annoying thing. So all these properties, the vast majority of them are on track. But the thing is, one of them, the sort index, is not on track. It is on playlist track. Oh, this one is from the Heartbound soundtrack. It's called The Fat Cat Swing. But yeah, that is on playlist track. These are all on track. So in terms of the sort stuff, I probably want to get it. I probably want to stick this on playlist track. And then you want to sort index. Because this is going to be shifted onto playlist. problem is the terminology of a column. A column only makes sense in the table. You don't want it to be a column on the player's track. You probably want it to be a property. The other annoying thing is that the vast majority of these are already done on track. Because I have album artist, play count. I suppose there may be properties that go onto a track that don't actually appear in columns, like you've got the source. It does make sense for them to be different. So yeah. I think we'll have playlist track and we'll have a track property. And then we'll have a sort order, which is going to be okay, let's do it. Playlist track. Don't worry, Ely, it's probably just a spam call. Alright, so we've got all of these here. So this is going to be an extension playlist track.track property. Want these be string in case iterable. Yeah. That. Oh, that's a deep by default. All of those are things we only want on here. Have it. Oh, there was a discussion on the Swift forums about introducing a new scope level. And it's a new scope level that would be incredibly useful. Like, some people seem to really hate the idea of it and like, oh, you shouldn't be writing code like this. And then the other half are like, no, this would be incredibly useful, which is rather than file private, type private. And what type private would mean is that it is something that can only be called within the type, potentially a subtype. So it's something that can only be called so that you could, for example, have something that is private, that you could create an extension and still call that thing. But you can't call it from outside of the module, for example. It's like scope just to that module. Or you could have it for subtypes, where you can have like something that can only be overridden by a subclass, which would be very useful. And there was some talk about, well, what if it was like a module private thing, and something like, what if you could just like mark a folder as being a submodule, and it would have all of the stuff that you would expect from a regular module, but you won't have to create like a full module for it. Stuff. It was quite interesting looking through and seeing all that and how we actually how it could actually be used. Right, so this one. Let's write that track property. And we're moving stock on from that because that is playlist. Well, that's why something like type private would make a lot of sense. If you had a sub-module, then it would be you could just use internal, public, and so on because it treats it as a module within a module for namespacing purposes, and that would work fine. It wouldn't be quite the same as having, for example, a type private. Because type private is basically just allow this type and any subtypes use this, which is what you want a lot of the time. Like the amount of times that you have a property and you want a stored property, but you want subclasses to be able to set that stored property but not have other types do it. If you could do type private set, then that would handle a lot of that, and it's something that, while it wasn't compiler enforced, was very easy to achieve on in Objective-C, because almost everything that type private would allow is effectively what you would do if you did a private header. So you've got your general header file, and then you'd have a like class plus private.h, and that is just a category that is just a bunch of additional methods and properties and so on that is just imported by people who need to use that, which is usually subclasses and so on. And type private is basically a replacement for those sorts of headers. It's not going to be .com. Well, it's sorted. Excellent. Protected would make sense too. Built-in for changes, we get rid of that. Let auto Yaks tracks that. sorted by the sort index, but we'll change that. It. Oh. Thankfully, Xcode 14 does that now. And gives you a default auto-filled initializer. God. Property value property at okay, see you later, Sinister, and hope you get good rest in. Been doing C++ the last few weeks. Haven't even been doing without the new code completion yet. Yeah, the new code completions has its benefits. They still haven't fixed switch statements. Like the great new feature of Xcode 13 with those really good switch, like autocomplete, where you do switch like property and it would autocomplete that. The problem is it doesn't. If I did switch property, like it doesn't autocomplete anymore. It doesn't even offer to do it. I guess they realised it was hopelessly broken. Oh no, it's there. Oh, it does do it. But yeah, it was hopelessly broken because it would never actually autocomplete the correct thing. Return now. Key. Oh. item model again, but that's not. That. Right, so there is before which outfit. Baseboard item. Ah yes, because we want to get back. Okay, so baseboard item is in self.back. Baseboard item or baseboard item. And then we're also going to add the pasteboard item for the for self. Baseboard item coming in. Yaks.
and daughters. Ooh. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper. We all get old, we all slow down as the worlds they close. We fall, we drown, and I need some breathing space. I won't grow old with grace. I need some breathing space. I can't keep living straight. Oh, we ain't gonna linger and lie when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. Money couldn't buy me happiness, just a prettier misery.
Oh.
There's a price to pay for a life of luxury. Oh, whoa. The air is thin, the glare, the smoke, and the wear within. It tears, it's choking. I need some breathing space. I won't grow old with grace. I need some breathing space. I can't keep living straight. Oh, we ain't gonna linger and lie when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. We ain't gonna linger and lie when there's hard cash coming back. We ain't gonna linger and lie when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. And now that we have all arrived, my friends, get in your cars and drive. And now that we have all arrived, my friends, get in your cars and drive. Gonna drive our blues away. Just another sunny day.
All these found private.
Gonna drive our blues away.
Go away, cause
Just
actually do
another
need what?
sunny day.
A sub private. Hammersby, meetings are finally over. Oh, and that's past 5 PM for you. That is long day meeting. Though then again, I'm going to have meetings probably around that time. Though I'm working with fix it for that now? Well, that is pretty fantastic. Did everyone see what happened there? Got model ID here, and I'm using a type that is in a property, a type that's in a module that I have not imported, and normally it just complains it's not there. And how many times have I just said, well, just add the import already? Cannot find model ID, import M3 data. Click that. Doesn't it? So, like, it's these little things where it's just like the whole point of giving us Swift, supposedly with all its type system and all the pain that the type system can cause in certain circumstances, is the benefit is meant to be, it's meant to be a lot smarter and let you build smarter tools. And it's just been so long that it's felt like, when are these smarter tools going to come? And it feels like with Xcode 14 degree, we're finally getting the smarter tools. They've finally got it to the point where, yes, they can give us better errors, and yes, they can auto-fix them, and so on. Hey. But yes, besides the meetings, how was your day, Mr. B? Okay, so we button it. Now. Backup property. Playlist, that's all, and that's tough at work, but doing well. Well, at least you managed to get through today. So once I get this compiling, I will show you what I have been up to, because I was going to show you some of what I have got work on my that wants to be playlist back.track property. Call it column playlist track track. This is if stuff.playlist dot time library, then allowed docs text and our property where it's explaining about this. Hopefully that compile. Oh, what are we? That option. be required because we spent all day yak shaving to basically get rid of that question mark. Yes. Okay, so if I quit that and I and done, I should be able to drag all this. Yeah, work. Okay, it's okay, ow. So, Mr. B. Okay. Why does turning on my controller change my experience? Maybe I'm just happy at being controlled again. So, I have made some changes. If I head over to here, you'll see, and now, space. I think we've just missed one of the nebula. But yeah, I have tidied things up a bit. We are now, as you can just see a nebula going by there. So we've got a nice skybox going, and the thing I'm most proud of is hologram. So I can feel that it was starting soon. Oh, that I'll be right back. Oh, thanks for watching. If I zoom in, you can see that it's rotating slightly. Nice glow on there, there's some effects going down, and it glitches. And that's all done with a few textures and Unity shaders. So it was a lot of fun playing around with shaders and getting this effect working. So the next thing is going to be doing some tidying up of textures and stuff like that. And then hopefully making it interactive with Twitch so people will be able to come in and stuff. And it will turn off like that. So yeah, this is going together quite well. It's a fun little thing to work on from time to time. I pressed F11 while I was putting the controller down. Okay, so let's find out why this updating. Oh, I know why. So does anyone want to take a guess? Got a playlist there. Why this happened? Bearing in mind that we've just changed the tracks so that it is powered by a playlist. Let's listen. Playlist collection. Sorted playlist. All. Filter. Kind. 40. Because it's a playlist, it now appears in the sidebar with playlist because it is in there. So we need to filter out any library playlists such that I'll get a playlist there. Do get a playlist there, and I can drag across. Now, sorting is not working because we haven't implemented it. But if I that and crowding. Not heard of crowding. Is that a localization platform? Interesting. On my contract, we what's it? Yes. We are using Smartly. This one, which is pretty good. It sort of can scan your Git repo for any strings files and so on. It pulls them in and creates a job, and then it will send it out to the translators and stuff to get translated, and then you can set up people to review the translations and so on. It gives like an estimated cost for how much it will be and so on. It's quite a nice little thing. I seem to remember it is built by some former Evernoters. Because Evernote, when I was there, it had, and I think it's Smartling that was done by a few former Evernoters. I may be wrong, it may be else. There's one that I remember looked at, it was some former Evernoters who built it, and whichever one it was, Evernote had a very, very nice translation system where the developers didn't really have to care about it, we just had to set it up. Yeah, the URL is not allow me. This is the problem. I have Twitch chat up in OBS, but unfortunately OBS doesn't let you paste text. Oh no, I can do it that way. I can right click and paste. That's good. Well, it's actually one of the it's like the Twitch plugin that you can add stuff in. Oh, that's a fair point. I was going to have a look. Is there any update on when OBS 28 is coming? have a look at that. And see the state of all the exciting. Look in a while. Okay, so the constant bitrate support hasn't been changed in a while. About the oh. Okay, that shouldn't on. Still open. When was okay. That's it. Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to this because when they get it out, OBS 28 is just so much better for back streaming if they manage to get all that stuff merged in. Right, so we want to do some sorting. At the moment we're only sorting what I need. Go to Yaks model. And we found private extension on playlist track, which is going to see if another. Oh. That works. That works. That works. That works. Go here. Yeah. Okay, that might work. Ah. But, up. Now, so we want. Oh. I don't want to allow dragging when our rows. Actually, validate. Of and model dot sort info dot property index. If we're not sorting by the index, we don't want to allow rearranging because it sense. So I can click that. Huh? If I do that, I can't. Now, that should persist. So if we were to do artist, that maybe close down perhaps. But if I launch again, go there. Oh, it has. Okay. That's it. Right, my brain is shot. So what I'm going to do is I am going to commit this and then go get a quick drink, and then we'll spend probably about 45 minutes to an hour messing around in Unity on the stream. We've managed to get quite a lot done. So I'll leave you for a moment, and when we get back we will play around with some Unity. Right.
Synthesis complete.
Okay, I am back. See you around, Mr. B, and thanks for coming to the stream, and thanks again for resubscribing. So, we now have some Unity available to us. The usual warning comes that Unity has been causing issues on my machine, so it may cause the stream to go down, but hopefully not. We will see. So, what do I want to get done? Let us open up here and have a look. A microphone reset option. Yes, because you may have noticed my mouth is not moving. So I want a way to set that. So, go to here. I believe we are wanting our facial expression. Right. So let's set up some input. Oh. So, what? The command shift. So, button 90. Alright, so I press the left command button, that is not the right system button. Or F. So this, start mic. That. Play import bug. Got mic. That. Private by that. 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 And microphone and that. And mic. Yeah. Save that. There. Okay. Now this. Okay, so the mark is working. So what? That is it. If I just did screen. Save that. And let's. Okay, so that's setting up. That's setting mic and Max is working. Okay. So that should hopefully fix that. Next thing I want to do is the fact that I want to be able to lock controls so that when I'm testing inside of Unity, because you can see my bot is moving around, but it's moving around in Unity, but also moving around on the stage. And ideally, I want to be able to lock on the stage. So let's add lock. It's going to be only with 2 modifiers, and it and L. So on Command Shift L, I want to toggle lock on. For the character. What that should do is it should allow me to change facial expressions, but we want it to lock character. Is movement lock. Okay, import character controls lock started toggle lock on toggle lock. Lock lock equal not lock. Yeah, we're going to handle gravity. But if that is locked, okay, don't want to do anything. So if we give that, let's see if it works. That's on there, so I should be able to move around, and I can. If I do Command L, I can look around, but I cannot move in the game. Okay. Annoyingly, that's separate. So what I'm going to do is add a I just don't know why the right command button is the left system and the left command button is the right system, but what you gonna do? But that should then work with either. Oh, bring up, start moving around in this. So here, I'm moving in both things, but if I Command Shift L, you see that I am locked. I can still round like this, but I'm not moving. And that is going to be fantastic because I'll be able to lock myself here on the actual display. Like I'll be able to do the inverse of this, where I'll be able to lock myself on here, but be able to move around in Unity. So hopefully things won't be too bad. Right. So, lock Pokebot controls, done. Add microphone reset, done. Add controls to the bridge console. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that, because I don't want to do the extra stuff just yet. But let's add some stuff to the console. What I may do is extract the bridge console from... I suppose I don't need to extract it from the Blender file it's in. It all in that main Blender file. Because it's not going to actually animate or anything. There. So... oh. Now, what I want to do is I want to hide everything. Fact, and what I want this, yeah, let's copy this. bridge. Go. Okay. So what I want is in the center I want sort of control system. So there's going to be like this is going to be the main piloting area. And then I yeah, so main flying, comms, hearing, bands. What I can have this as base, but then build upon it. First thing I want to do, build myself. So, go for Taurus, because that actually be there we go. We have that looking like that. We'll then cut the top off. Pick some nice okay, have that done. Then what we've done? Close. scale by 4. Up by uh, 5. Four. Okay. So it's up, back. Very basic. Big hole. Will it have Star Trek-like paneling? I mean, the controls won't. I'm going for a more of a how would I describe it? Like panel switches, that sort of almost retro thing. So I'm going to create myself some very basic panels and switches and just dot them all over. So for example, let's create ourselves a button. So we'll just create a cylinder. Yeah. That. So 5. That would probably go there. Actually, that big. So yeah, let's do. Yeah, that should go. So we're going to scale it down like this. And then we're going to rotate it. Scale it. Scale it. And those together, and I go up under, bounce yet. So we've got ourselves a nice button there. Actually, rotate this. 5. Sorry. For 4. What if I do that? Go. Oh, that. Yeah. Oh, that's button along here. That's switches. Bellies. There's going to be direct this. So what we're going to do here is then this. Oh. Then we're going to oh, got a switch that fit. I'm going to change that, and parent. What are these? thing. Switches down there, some buttons there. Add some screen. Well, okay. Pause. Bit. Then plane. There we go, we got our first few. Oh, we can save this. Well, there's some more modelling that I want to do, but we may get onto that. Possibly. Depends on how my brain is on Wednesday. I want to try and get more done on Streamline, because this is the last week I'm allowing myself on Streamline full time. So I'm going to try and do Streamline. If my brain isn't up to it, then we'll probably do some more modelling instead and pick up Streamline over the weekend. But yeah. So I've been going about 5.5 hours. I am going there, so let's. I can see a moment. Hidden, any hidden mobile development. Mac developer. Anyone else use it? Market. Okay. Well, we will hold stream there. And as I say, I should be back Wednesday, and we'll pick this up then. But I want to thank you all for coming today. Hope you have all had a wonderful stream. And as always, till next time, happy coding. Oh, the bullseye. Got a question, just got the M114 marking and phone while trying to maximize my browser, it's laggy. I haven't had issues with any laggy browsers, but now when you double tapping editor access. No, that is to me looking fairly smooth on mine, though I'm on different machines, so could be, but I mean it's looking 120 Hertz to me on my eyes. You won't be able to see this because it's only recording at 60 frames a second, so, but it looks, if I double tap it, minimizes it. So double clicking just minimizes. But yeah, everything seems fairly smooth, at least from my end. So maybe, what are you using, Safari, or are you using another browser? I can't really say much about Chrome other than the fact that I don't use it. It's doing it on Safari as well. I'm not really sure, unfortunately. It shouldn't be doing that, but I haven't seen any of those problems. But then again, I've seen all sorts of other problems. So Apple Silicon's still taking a while to bed in. But anyway, thank you all for coming, and until next time, happy coding.